Hello everybody, what is up? I'm back. It's a Monday. Time to get at it. August 22nd. Thank you for being here. If you were here, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Today, by the way, my name is Ben Stinky, part of Stinky Brothers Studios. We're on the up and coming game Haurmon. I believe we have an official name for it on stinkystudios.com. Open world adventure RPG and action multiplayer game. That is so freaking much. Holy shoot. It's an open world RPG multiplayer game. For short. Coming to PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Being what it is, we want it to be a highly competitive game. Well, and because of that, we are putting the wall running on hold, putting the mechanics on hold for a second to switch over to dedicated servers instead of peer-to-peer. Because although it is a lot more expensive, a lot more reliable, a lot more cheater resistant, on peer-to-peer, it's essentially one computer talking together, but it's being hosted by one side. So one side is gonna obviously have better connection than the other, and it's gonna be somewhat of an unfair advantage depending on where you're playing at. So you could be playing from like across the world, and then it's not fair at all. But with servers, we can eliminate some of that, and that's what we're planning on doing. And at the same time, actually what we're doing today specifically is looking at Unreal Engine EOS, because we have to make the decision on who to use for a dedicated server, and everything that they provide. Depending on who we use, we also need to use something for like accounts or that sort of thing. Your account. So today we will be doing research. Yep. Exciting stuff. So today I need to think and turn down the music a little bit. I need to really think today. Might be pretty boring, but you know what? It is what it is. So let me actually pull up. that. That didn't work at all. Interestingly enough, I didn't do anything. Go. This is StankBrotherStudios.com. Still in progress. Definitely not the final product, but look at how cool that looks. At least something to just show people, just so they can see. We have the team coming soon. Another cool photo if you'd like it. Then you can hit up our socials over on the side there. Okay. So before we look at these two monsters, Amazon GameLift or Microsoft Azure PlayFab, both very enticing options. We want to look into Unreal Engine EOS. Online subsystem. EOS online subsystem plugin. We want to know everything about this, essentially. Okay. EOS has 4.27 achievements, leaderboards, purchase in-game items, voice communication, and friend lists. That's a lot. That's pretty much everything we need. We want achievements we're not too worried about, honestly. We just want you to have a good time. We might include achievements just for people to track progress a little bit more. Leaderboards for sure for the competitive side of things. Purchasing good items, yes, we want that to be a big part of it. How you guys can support us and have more fun. Voice communication, yes. Friend list, yes. Both of those. We want both of those. We actually are debating about not even including a text thing, only talk. Text is good. Think about like League of Legends, only text. It works. Nothing wrong with it. You can even translate so people can talk even if they can't understand each other, which is cool. But it might cost money. And it's more fun, I think, in games like Valorant, Call of Duty, where you're just talking to each other. So that is what we want to go with. Unreal Engine can help you implement EOS in your project through its online subsystem OSS plugin. Without the need to write code using the EOS SDK directly, the online subsystem plugin provides a common interface across all exposed online services to Unreal. Awesome. This feature developers must register and configure their products with Epic account services, and then enable and configure a few plugins to expose EOS functionality through the OSS interface. Okay. Great. Configure the products with Epic account services. Definitely need this. EOS developer documentation. This is a whole separate thing. Yo, it don't even work Unreal. That's an issue. Alright, to begin leveraging EOS in your project, you must first enable EOS OSS plugins. You can find them by going to the edit menu and selecting plugins in the open plugin browser. Online system, EOS, and EOS shared. I wasn't really planning on open Epic today, but we can do that. Check. Make sure. Okay. After you know the plugins, you need to configure them so the following settings. So the following configuration steps require product-related settings or identifiers received after registering your products with EOS. If not register your products with EOS, you can register it on the Epic developer portal. Okay. Constructory, default artifact name. Okay. Should I begin store activating this thing? Oh shoot. Okay, I don't mind this at all. I just don't think we can because we need to go to Xbox and PlayStation. Okay. Console system. Steam. We're also gonna need that. Shoot, I wanna look at that. It was to ship Unreal Engine 4 applications to Valve's Steam platform. Awesome. Awesome. Do we have an Unreal 5 documentation? Online subsystem. Thanks. Yeah, so that was not it. This has leaderboards, achievements, voice, user cloud, share cloud. Okay. Let's test. Plugin, online subsystem, EOS shared. Have it open. Edit plugins. EOS shared. Okay. Online subsystem EOS. Awesome. Online services EOS. EOS voice chat. Cool. Yeah, so it's all right there. Cool. It's possible. It works. One thing we need to check is aim lift and play fab. Dedicated game server hosting solution that deploys, operates, and scales cloud service for multiplayer games. Looking for a fully managed solution just feature unique game that leverages the power of AWS to deliver the best latency possible, low player wait times, and maximum cost savings. Cool. $45 milliseconds is good. Really good. Use cases, managed servers. Game session request is sent up to platform and player authentication. Give effects mouse. Oops. Game. It's a ticket. That's Codes and server. Dang. Yeah, I'd have to freaking read the crap out of this. Flexible. Oh, we're not doing player to player, we're doing head to server. True. Awesome. This is what we want. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Yep. Great. Cool. Awesome. Let's make things correctly, clear data, clear analytics. Awesome. Protection. And yeah, this is great. Okay. Game placement, live load. Okay, we like that. Feeling that. Types. On demand and spot. There's CPU memory and networking capacity. Okay. What is spot instance? Both on demand and spot. Okay. Perfect. Monitoring the performance of your game. Time data on player demand. Awesome. Great. $200 players. Holy moly. Okay. Getting started.
Using Amazon GameLift can save you thousands of hours of engineering time, and we'll show you how to get up and running with Amazon GameLift in about 10 minutes.
Cool.
Let's start by creating a free AWS account. For this setup, you'll need 10 minutes time to get signed up, although it could take up to 40 minutes to deploy your first fleet, personal or professional contact information, and a valid credit or debit card. Although you will not be charged unless your usage exceeds the AWS free tier or you authorize a priced AWS service. Signing up for an AWS account takes just a few steps and less than 10 minutes.
Cool.
To start, go to aws.amazon.com/GameLift.
Yep.
Once there, click on the sign up button located at the top right corner of the web page. This will prompt an AWS sign up window. In the AWS sign up window, enter the details into each field and click on the Continue button at the bottom.
Solid.
Next, you'll need to fill out some contact information, which will validate your account. You may select personal or professional as the account type, based on your needs with the Amazon GameLift service.
Awesome.
Once you've filled out your contact information, read through the AWS customer agreement. If you agree with the terms, mark the checkbox field to agree to the terms and conditions. Then click on the Create Account and Continue button.
Okay.
Next, enter the credit or debit card information that you'd like to associate with your new account. Note that you will not be charged for any services unless your account usage exceeds the AWS free tier limits, or you authorize the launch of a new service using an AWS priced model. Once this is filled out, click on the Secure Submit button. Next, you'll need to provide a telephone number for AWS to call and verify your signup. Click Call Me Now to initiate the phone verification. When you receive the call, you'll be asked to enter the 4-digit number on your phone keypad. Upon completion, the AWS setup page will confirm that we have successfully verified your identity.
Awesome.
Click on the Continue button to move forward. You should now see a Select Support Plan window. You can pick whichever you prefer, but for free support, click on the Free button under the Basic Plan column. Your free account is now successfully registered with AWS. Go ahead and click on the Sign In to the Console button and enter your login credentials.
Okay.
Now that you've logged into your account, we'll help you navigate to the Amazon GameLift console within the AWS Management Console. This is where you can manage and deploy fleets, build a custom matchmaking system, and monitor the health of your dedicated game servers. To try out GameLift, you can use your own build or deploy our sample game server, which we'll walk you through now. Click on the Services drop-down menu located at the top left corner of the AWS Management Console and navigate to the Game Development category at the bottom. Once there, select the Amazon GameLift service. On the Amazon GameLift page, click on the Test Amazon GameLift button and follow the steps in the preceding webpage. Step 1 is to upload the sample game server to your Amazon GameLift account. Each version of your game server is called a build, and so a prescribed naming convention is recommended for tracking purposes on your development. Step 2 is to deploy the sample game server. Game servers are deployed into fleets of one or more.
Upload the simple game server.
Or Amazon Elastic Compute 2, or EC2, instances. This part of the process can take up to 40 minutes to complete, so we can skip forward a bit and get a head start on downloading an already compiled sample game client in Step 3, which is just a button click away. When the game client is finished downloading, extract the files into an accessible location on your machine. Once extracted, navigate into the GameLift sample client folder, then into the bin64.release folder, and launch the multiplayer project launcher.exe program. For this example, we can launch 2 programs to see the Amazon GameLift service at work.
Cool.
Once the fleet is successfully generated, you'll see a fleet generated note on the green progress bar with 100% as your progress. With that, we are ready to move on to Step 4. In Step 4, click on the Generate Token button to get a small snippet of the connection code. Copy the code and paste it in one of the 2 game windows we launched in Step 3. This token snippet should go in the Enter Player Session Token field. Once this is done, click the Connect button to connect your game client to the Amazon GameLift server instance and begin your connected gaming experience. Next, let's connect the second game client that we opened in Step 3 to get the full experience of a connected game. Simply repeat the process of generating a new token and pasting it into the second game client's Player Session Token field, covered in Step 4. And there you have it. Both clients are now connected to an online server instance. Every connected game deserves an establishment of insight and analysis. To view your game server instance and analytics, click on the View Dashboard button to arrive at the metrics page. Here you'll be able to see everything from available player sessions to game session activations, along with infrastructure metrics and health such as CPU utilization and network ins and outs. And there you have it. You're up and running with Amazon GameLift to easily deploy, scale, and manage dedicated game servers. To learn more, visit aws.amazon.com/GameLift and view our documentation.
That seems like it's about as simple as you can ever get, ever. I mean, I say that, but I don't know. Maybe it will be even more streamlined in the future. I don't know. Engine servers SDK, AWS SDK for GameLift. Okay. Going for Unity. Okay. I think I have a good grasp on what GameLift is. Servers, crossplay, matchmaking, DDoS protection. Where's this? Is the first one? It's not here. Authentication. Here's matchmaking. You're right in. And then you can see analytics. They give you the option. Bob's your uncle. And it's free up until you hit a limit. Cool. I like that. I like just straightforward. Give me the details. Like, obviously you're not going to understand any of this if you don't know what all this means. But believe that. Yo, they really get you by putting this Minecraft here, man. They really get you. Like, man. Man. I freaking love Minecraft. Give me the same one as them. Okay. R6, Sea of Thieves. Very, very good. Now, cross-network identity. Meet players who are connected to any platform. Sweet. What does this mean? Cross-network identity and data. Share player information. Game across devices. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo. Where's N? PlayStation. Yes, no? PlayStation Network. Or the frictionless authentication that players link accounts to roam across. That is actually very cool. I like that. Dragon both play servers, the latency, how reliable. Okay. We like that too. Matchmaking. We also have matchmaking. Okay. That was also good. Simple, straight to the point. Servers. Oh, that's all the. That's it right there. Okay. Live ops. It's your game as a service. Yo, what the heck does this mean? Shared web portal. Studio members can build, configure, and operate the game. We actually played this game. That's funny. That's funny. Our players across authentication services and platforms use the rule engine and custom player events to build powerful achievement system. That's kind of nice, actually. Structure can be with push notifications and most messages. Of the day pop-ups. This is like mobile stuff. Okay, that's really nice. Roasted player data. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Oh. Manage your game configuration remotely. Upload, host, and deliver game assets. Game manager. Oh. Like updating a shop. I think that's what that means. That's different. Conduct split testing assigned to players. Okay. Cool, you can test in specific groups. Target player segments with personalized store offers and support payments with Xbox, Steam, Google, PayPal, and more. Personalized store offers and support payments. Power players to create, upload, and search content. Server side receive validation versus card change. Yes. Isn't this just like put something else on the page? Basic account. What's the freaking word? I don't know. Basic supply and demand. Okay. So live ops. In-game commerce is what I'm getting from that. Telemetry. What is telemetry? I should know that probably. That's not how you spell that. Process of recording, transmitting, and reading of. Oh. Okay. Data. Understand and react to player behavior in real time with one-stop data analytics, storage, processing, monitor unified real-time stream every event fired by you. That is a crazy word right there. Every event fired by your game. Every event. Like, does that mean every time you freaking press go, every time you press W, walk forward? Holy shoot. Awesome. Awesome. That's great. I wouldn't even have thought of that. For some reason, I remember seeing something about like this. Wait, what? Guess I'll listen. Drive engagement with PlayFab Party, flexible and secure low latency chat and data comms. PlayFab Party powers comms for titles like Halo, Gears of War, Doom, CFD. Free when used on Xbox. Awesome. That's quite nice. Parties do for games or game modes where a cloud-hosted dedicated server is not desired, as opposed to a less secure, less reliable direct peer-to-peer connection devices. Oh. Party also well suited to power voice chat, text communication. Squads. Pre-sales posting. Ooh. Ooh. Windows, Xbox, PlayStation. That's cool, I guess. Cool. Unreal middleware support. That's also cool. Ability. Grow inclusive diverse communities. So PlayFab. Okay. This is for all of it. I think this makes sense, but I hope I don't frick anything up. This means that, like, tick events is not an option. At all. Is that what that means? Profile. Events. History. Party voice. Okay, we're not gonna do party text. For now. Huh. What is the program? Not even sure what that means. Okay. So for live ops. Just kidding. For party or green chat. So share player information and game state across devices. Share player information and game state across devices. Does this mean that like you log in on a different computer and it'll have your information? Is that what that means? Is it saving data in the cloud? Or does that just mean you can share the game state so you can play the game? Dynamically scale dedicated multiple servers. Okay, that's awesome, actually. So, US external UI interface. Friends interface. And gives the friends ability to personalize and perform part of any services. The friends interface contains features to manage the users list of. Okay. Online services servers. Okay. Computer board interface. Purchase interface. Line subsystem. What's the difference between a purchase interface? Two interfaces require your game's ability to support user purchase. Store interface and the purchase interface, which provides the ability to make offers to your users. Oh. Got it. Cool. EOS voice chat plugin. Voice communication provides players with a quick and easy way to communicate with each other. The EOS voice chat plugin developers can leverage typical online services, voice interface to add communication to their products, including using the familiar voice chat and nice voice or user interfaces from the online subs. Is this free? Hang on. Let me test this. EOS. Let me add all of these. Share EOS voice chat. And subsystem EOS. Yes. Online services. The frick is the online services EOS? Online services EOS. I'm not gonna bother with it. We start now. That was fast. Okay. So let's say With that, I go to my game is. With the voice chat. US developer portal. Oh, shoot. Okay. Set F online session settings. Use lobby's voice chat if available. True. Oh my word. I can't believe I've done it like this. F online session settings. Use lobby's voice chat if available to true. Okay. Call F online subsystem. Get voice chat user interface. Get voice chat. That doesn't help. Voice chat user interface. What? Online subsystem. Users. Holy shoot. Was it the freaking online service? Oh, we have the online service. We have it. We have the online subsystem. What is this? Online. Oh. Using voice chat.
Moin and hello. I'm Lothar from Maygames, and I've received a lot of requests to make a video about to present kind of real that we used Steam voice chat with Unreal Engine, which is great. It's pretty easy to use. For Steam voice chat, we would need to make some changes to the default engine INI. For all of you who are getting excited and are thinking, cool, it's like Steam interface used by Steam is part of the online subsystem. Instead of this online subsystem voice interface prerequisite, you need the EOS Blueprints project from my EOS Blueprint to assume that we have the EOS Blueprints project up and running. 47. Both links are below the project. Next, go to the Create Advanced chat. Both settings are required using lobbies when creating a session, and there go also need to consider lobbies when finding a session. And so there, lobby filters in the Advanced Sessions plugin, we need to select the server type client servers only, but not voice chat lobbies. And that is all we need to enable Epic Online Services voice chat.
Search lobbies. And that is Frick. Freaking found it. Nice. Search log. I found it, don't worry. Found it.
For our game. As usual, we need to start the game on 2 different PCs with 2 different Epic Games accounts. This is a bit strange. We create the session.
That seems too easy. Go. Pause. Okay, first of all, let's go into Mausium. Looks like trash. Placeholder. Are you serious? Holy smokes. Technically, I should be using voice chat? Question mark? Oh, why did this get put on everything? Why does that look so bad? Oh, it sucks. Oh, why does everything suck? Oh my gosh. 2 steps forward. Oh, fudge. Aha, frick you. Anyways, fix that problem. Anyways.
And another.
Video.
Oh no, it's Bob. Let me just mute him. Brad, I can't mute Bob. There's no blueprint node for this.
Can't mute me, hey? So this is the epic voice chat that I should not implement by myself. Well, let's check out its features. I just pressed Shift F3 and I do not see any voice chat option. Where can I see who else is in this room?
Well, I'm afraid you cannot see this at all. There are no blueprint nodes for this feature with Unreal Engine 4.27.2. And the social overlay is no help either.
Okay. Where can I see who's speaking right now?
Same answer, I'm afraid. You cannot see this at all with blueprints.
Okay, so what you're saying is, I log in, I don't know who's in the room, nobody knows who I am, I'm immediately on, and I can't mute myself.
Yes, I'm afraid this is the current state when using Unreal Engine blueprints without commercial add-ons.
Yeah, what a time to be alive. So basically, all we can do is talk, like this.
Yeah, it's like a telephone without muting.
I hear the 80s calling, they want their technology back. But how many people do fit in this room?
US voice chat is limited to 16 persons in one room.
16 people, no interface. That sounds enjoyable.
Okay, so from what I can tell, it's the EOS voice chat is not a good for blueprints, at least not a good option.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to BTide. In this video, we are going to make a positional voice chat system. So I will not take you much time, but if you need to make it for Mac, make it Mac and iOS like this. Same for the. So now we have the settings done. Is valid. Get a reference to this and retry. One thing which we need to do is select here. You can keep this 3600. One thing to and toggle speaking. One copy toggle speaking 0. One more thing which you can do is here, just make this here. It is sorry for this, but yeah. So and retry. Done. Sorry for this, but yeah. So no errors, everything is working. Thanks for watching. Meet you in the next video.
Okay, in this series, I want to go ahead and cover the basics of getting up and going with the Epic Online Services, or EOS for short. I will be referring to Epic Online Services as EOS throughout this, just as it's a lot shorter. But anyways, to sum up what we're going to be doing in this video is we're going to be downloading the SDK and setting up and testing the basic example project. Then what we will want to do in the next video is bring out the plugin and set it up over inside of our Unreal Engine project.
Cool.
Using the third person example, and it's using the not the blueprint but the C++ example. Now the only things that I have done are I have disabled the VR related plugin so that way it just doesn't pop up whenever I do something, like whenever I launch the project it doesn't come up with VR stuff. And I disabled a lot of the inputs just to remove some of the complaints that it gets, or the warnings that I get in the output log. Sign in, obviously, if you don't have an account. So if you head over to your developer portal, sign in, obviously, if you don't have an account, you need to make one. Head over to SDK, or hit download SDK at the main portion, or the main screen in the dashboard. Go to SDK type, choose C SDK, and grab it. Go to SDK type, choose C SDK, and grab the latest version. In my case, it is 1.14.1, and download. Folders. Simple. Go ahead and doing it later. I'm going to for our product as a way that can take a bunch in a basic session and join that session. Access all this information, we need to create a product. Give it a generates this URL, EOS YT for YouTube to be met with this page here. And all your here at all those here. So we need here right enter so clients it in so we get all people doesn't get a full page as you go. I want to go here one and go and this is all head. I have that the ability to create a session. It has the ability to do everything you see that is checked in all of these sections. It has that everything to create new. So that means head down that we just go, or may roughly check through it. I'm actually going to check user required and everything. Get it. Try set. So this is going to be my name. So in my case, I'm using new client policy 1. So this is going to be my client policy here. And then I want to go ahead and make sure I set some of these conditions here, or permissions. That's kind of the way you can look at it. So in this case, I want to have basically everything. So I'm going to set this client policy type to be custom. And then I'm going to go through, I'm actually going to check user required. Then I'm going to go through, I'm actually going to check user required and check through achievements and all this fun stuff. We have everything checked. Then starting from the bottom, doesn't really matter your order, we're going to go through and we're going to actually check everything that you physically can. Again, this is for the sake of testing, and I will explain roughly what some things do and kind of their purpose as to why you may or may want, or may not want to have certain things checked and set up. So just keep working your way through and we're good to go. Okay, so what do all this do? Like, what did the stuff that we just checked, what's it for? So we head over to matchmaking and you head down and you just look and you see create session. So I have this checked. So that means a client, like any client that I create here that is using our new client policy 1, like this client policy that we're on, has the ability to create a session. It has the ability to do everything you see that is checked in all of these sections. It has that ability or that permission granted to it. If I I don't want this client to be able to create a session, I uncheck and save, and I'm done. This client can no longer create a session. So in my case, I want it to, because that's what we're going to be doing later on, so I'm going to leave this checked. So this is where you would filter out what you want your specific client to have the ability to do. So once you have everything that you want checked, hit save and exit. And then you want to make sure that your test client, like your new client here that you just created or are creating, is using this client policy. So it should be by default, and everything else you can ignore. So this gives us some other information. This would allow you to actually see your client ID and your client secret. So you can copy your client ID, paste it into your client credentials ID, and copy the client secret and paste this into your client credentials secret like so. Now I will be removing this product. As of this date, you cannot remove them by yourself. You have to, as far as I'm aware, message somebody at Epic to basically allow them to, they have to be the ones that do it. But I'm going to be removing the permissions and flat out scrapping this client ID and all that kind of stuff. So don't bother trying to screw with me. I know some of you probably will, but that's the American way. Anyways, once we have that done, we are good to test. Now this will not work by default, so I'll show you some things that you can do to kind of, I guess you could say, debug. So one issue I'm not going to be able to show you because I actually already fixed it and I cannot undo it. So if we launch this application, so we're launching the authentication and friends sample project. We want to head to account portal and hit login. Now in my case, it automatically launches to my browser and gives me this message here. In your case, you're most likely going to have a warning in the form of this. So let me actually, well, basically you'll have this section that I have highlighted here. You will have something like that. And if you look at the error message, it will probably say something like application not set or client does not have something in relation to an application. That's where you need to fix it. So if we head back to our dev portal, we can go to Epic Account Services, and if you go to Linked Clients, this will all say not configured. So you would want to click on Linked Clients and make sure you select your test client 1, or whatever you named yours right there, and hit save. Then we can head over to permissions and hit save again. And I need to actually enable something here, but I'll kind of walk you through some ways you can troubleshoot to figure out what you need to do. Then brand settings, for now, ignore it, doesn't matter. Well, that's it just doesn't matter. And then, once you hit login again, you should be at where I'm at right here. So you should get this unknown error. So this error says client is not authorized to use the following scope, friends list. So this is a permission. However, it's not one of those permissions that I was just showing you in the client policy. So it's none of these here. This is actually in the Epic Account Services, and if we head over to permissions, this is where we can kind of see what we need. So if you see, friends is currently set to disabled. So if we want the ability to, see our friends list and access it and all that kind of stuff for this specific, what's it called again? Authentication and friends, obviously by the name, we want to see our friends list. We need to enable this. And while I'm at it, I'm probably gonna, I think I have to actually use this in the, for the Unreal Engine portion. Go ahead and enable online presence as well and hit save changes. Then we can head right back and hit login again. Now this time, as you can see, it is just requesting permission. No error, no nothing, and we can hit continue to app and then hit allow. Once we hit allow, we can come back to our application, give it a couple seconds, and it should receive, well, that it's been granted. As you can see here, it is filling out the log with blah, 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 and we are now good to go. We are now logged in. You can see here's my name here, and you can do, just interact with it however you please. So this here confirms that, okay, we have a working product. We have all the correct information that we need to begin actually working inside of Unreal Engine with all of our stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and log out, close it down, because we no longer need, well actually I'm going to, no, scrap that. I don't need this up anymore because we can find everything we need on the developer portal. So let's head back to product settings and we want to make sure we retain this information because we're going to have to fill it out in the next video. Now this video is not over just yet. What I want to do is I want to actually bring over the Epic Online Services for EOS into my third-person example project right here. So you can, by default, if we go to product settings, or sorry, not product settings, plugins, you can search for EOS and you can enable it that way. That is one way. I personally, just depending on the product that I'm working with, I like to manually make a plugins folder and move it in there, as well as that allows me to easily see a plugins section here and be able to go through the code of the plugin. So for the sake of showing you some things, or maybe debugging, or maybe just looking through and seeing how something works, I like being able to do that directly inside the IDE of the product I'm working with as well. So we're going to go ahead and do that really quick. So if we head over to your project, in my case it is EOS YouTube tutorial, we need to right click and create a new folder called plugins. From here, this is where we move that EOS plugin into. So again, this is optional. If you don't want to do it, then skip this until I come back and we just manually enable the plugins through this window here. So again, optional. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my 4.27 installation folder, go to Engine, Plugins, find Online, and here we have Online Subsystem EOS, and that contains everything we need. So I'm going to open.
Dang.
My plugins folder and copy and paste the Online Subsystem EOS into it, and go ahead and restart my project. So I want my stuff to appear here, so I want to be able to see the plugins folder in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on my project, my .u project, and generate the Visual Studio project files. Once that is done, I'm going to reopen the solution inside of whichever IDE you wish, or in my case, Rider, in my IDE, my IDE. So I'm going to go ahead and let that load up and refresh. Okay, now that it's reloaded everything, as you can see, I have a plugins folder with the Epic Online Services where I can actually see and look through the provided code. So I'm going to go ahead and run my project and make sure that all the corresponding plugins I need are enabled. Okay, so I'm going to head over to Settings, Plugins, and here we have the online platform. We can enable EOS. As you can see, it says it's a beta version, blah blah blah. Just hit yes and we're okay. Then I want to click all and search for EOS. So all up here and search for EOS and enable basically everything you see related to EOS. So EOS shared, voice chat, and the online subsystem EOS should already be enabled. Then I want to search for online, make sure the normal online subsystem is enabled, and I believe that is all. Online subsystem null for, actually I don't think we need that. I think we can test on the same machine with EOS. I'm not 100% sure, but we should be good to go there. So we can go ahead and enable all those plugins and restart the editor. Okay, once we're restarted, we can go ahead and fill out all of that information that we have here inside of our project to allow us to easily, connect. So we go to Settings, Project Settings, and if we scroll all the way down to the bottom under Plugins, you will see Online Subsystem EOS. Click that, and pretty much we can leave everything here default. I want to enable Overlay just to test if it's working. Enable Social View, and I don't care about this, so you're going to leave that unchecked. So then we want to go ahead and go down to Artifacts. So I'll explain what artifacts are here in a second. You can kind of think of these as not necessarily clients, but as your project or product. So I guess you could say like each artifact is kind of a corresponding product. I guess that's one way to put it. Not really sure if that's the best idea, but it is what it is. Anyways, we want to give the artifact a name, so I'm just going to call this one. This can be really anything, so it doesn't even have to actually be your product ID, or not your product ID, your product name. I'm just going to give this one the artifact name of YouTube artifact. And then I'm going to copy and put that inside of default artifact name, like so. Then we want to fill out the client ID, secret, product ID, all this stuff that you did before. So starting from product ID, let's grab that, paste it in. Grab the sandbox ID, paste it in. Grab the deployment ID, paste it in. And we want the client ID and client secret. And then this, or just the secret. And then for the encryption key, you can leave this one blank, or if you so wish, fill it out with your example, your encryption key, or in this case, the provided ones. So you can skip this if you wish. We can close this down, file, save, and now we are pretty much good to go. So there's going to be a tiny bit more setup that we have to do, and I'm going to say that for the next video because we're pushing on to about 20 minutes. The only thing that we really have to do before we can actually start working in this is go to our config, default engine. We have to set up some parameters in relation to the online subsystem, tell it which NetDriver to use, and make sure that we set it to use the EOS subsystem. So I'm going to save that for the next video, and I will see you then.
Dang.
In this video, we want to continue on with the project setup for making use of the actual online subsystem for EOS, or in this case, the EOS online subsystem. So basically, if you've used the null subsystem or the Steam online subsystem, the setup's very similar. So it's the same kind of stuff, you just make modifications to. As you can see, here's a bunch of stuff that has already been configured. We need to add a couple more things to tell, basically to tell our game, our project here, what online subsystem to use, as well as the NetDriver we are going to use. So if you head here to, well, basically if you just search EOS online subsystem plugin, hopefully this page will come up. But if we scroll down and go a little bit farther, plugin project settings, here's our engine settings. So we want to make sure we have these all configured. So basically your default engine.ini file should now contain your following lines with their respective sections. So what we can do is just copy and paste down in here. And I'm going to remove the excess spaces like so. And then what we can do is we want to take, let's see, actually I think that is pretty much everything. If we really wanted to, we could, move the NetDriver up to this section here, but I think that is basically it. So we make sure we set the online subsystem EOS to be enabled. Then we want to make sure we set the online system that we're doing to EOS. So I removed a D there, so it's going to be default platform service EOS. Then we set the NetDriver for it, and this is going to be peer-to-peer sockets. We're not going to. Actually, yeah, because we're not going to be having any sort of dedicated server testing, so we're going to leave peer-to-peer sockets enabled. So that pretty much sums up all we have to really do. If there are any changes, I'll make an edit to this video. But anyways, once we have that, we want to go ahead and create a simple game instance. And that game instance is going to control everything that we need to do. So that's going to be our creating the sessions, finding the sessions, destroying the sessions, and all that kind of stuff. So that way we can connect players to each other using Epic Online Services. We head over to C++ classes. In this one, if we search for our show all classes and we search for game instance, we can select game instance. I want to select public just so it categorizes my code a little bit better, and give this a name of EOS game instance, just as an indication that this game instance is using, well, obviously, EOS. Alright, so as you can see here, we now have a public and a private section in our IDE. Go ahead and launch the header and the .cpp, and create a constructor. Nothing to really put in it there. And now we want to basically, in normal actors, we would override something called begin play. In this case, we do not have a begin play. If we look at game instance, I'm mostly looking at it because I don't remember what exactly it is called. It is called, yes. So we want to call init. So we want to override this function here. So we want to call init, and I think that's pretty much it. So on shutdown, for example, what we could do is if we have any sessions, set up, we could destroy them, that kind of stuff. But for now, we just want to override init and add our functionality into it. So we're going to do virtual void init and override it. Create the definition and make sure you call super on it, being run, and that's actually going to take. So anyways, we want to be able to use the online sessions. So we need to include, well, the first thing we can include actually is interfaces. We search for session and online, nothing comes up. So what we need to do is head over to our build.cs, go to our public dependency module names, add range, and we want to add a couple things to the end here. So what we want to add first off is the online subsystem. Then we want to add the online subsystem EOS. So we want to make sure we add both of these to the end. Okay. Okay, so alright. So system. And I'm gonna actually let's go to the header, and I want to make a protected section. So we should be for everything related to it. So let's see, is this a class? Yes it is. So we should be able to for declare our online subsystem. Okay, so then if online subsystem is valid, there is no is valid, so we're just going to do a normal pointer check. So if online subsystem, that will allow us to then get our online session interfaces. So from here, we can go if I online session pointer equals online subsystem get session interface. And from here we have access to basically everything that it contains in here. So for example, we can create a session, we can destroy a session, find sessions, and all that kind of stuff. So basically, so this works the same as the online, well, it's just the online subsystem. It's nothing fancy. I have a full series on this actually. And if you were to follow that series and do all the pre-setup that I mentioned just for this series, you would have a working EOS, well, lobby system. Or not a lobby system, a session system.
Makes sense.
So that's basically how it works. Like the online sessions, the same. The null temperature, except the pro is make it blueprint callable. Void. Posting is going to on to it. So we want to include that. So hashtag include online session settings and our dedicated. I know I want it to be a LAN match, so B is LAN match. For using, and you need there, and then we can just pass in our session settings for this. Create session and bool. UV log succeeded or we're so if you move everything inside, create and owned, and we didn't have this. When the session would be completed on the third attempt, this would spam 3 times because it would fire 3 times because we bound 3 delegates to it. Let's go ahead and head over to Unreal Engine. We're going to close it down and relaunch. And once we're in here, we are good to go. We want to go ahead and create a widget and set it to use. And to our EOS game instance. Search. So now we just have to go to this guy right here. So now we just have to go to project settings, search for instance, go to game instance class, set it to be EOS game instance. Save it, and then to be lazy, I'm just going to create the widget inside of our level. So open level blueprint, control this. If we want to, this can actually be this. We can just set to this guy, and then we want to show mouse cursor. So set show mouse cursor, set it to true. Compile and save. Make sure we go ahead and save all, and go to the output log. Alright, let's hit play. And that can be ignored. And hit create session. So we hit it. Cannot create session. Test session. User is not logged in. And then it fails. So that, again, because we are not actually logged in. So we want to make sure we're logged in before we even can create a session. However, we have the basic framework, so once we log in, this should be okay. Because as you can see, it actually did fire off the error or the warning telling us that is going to be all for this video. In the next one, we're going to set up logging in. And now that we have the basic in this video, I want to finish off where we left off because log in. Call if call the interface. We did I do we have to say we did the other it's on interface and allows doing and we it what the manual installation or not. Go P and check for different types and account portal. Elegant account object. So alright. And forget to way or login state get okay. And close down the editor, put log. Let's go ahead and hit play. And it immediately kicked me to the browser. So if we head back, we're not going to have any indication. Well, actually it'll say that error code and all that kind of stuff. But what we need to do is continue to app and allow, just like we did with these sample projects, and give it a couple seconds. And just like before, we should have our on login. Yep, there we go. So logged in 1. So that means, where is it? This is successful. So our login attempt was in fact successful. Now from here, what we can do is hit create session. And as you can see, success. So it created the session as intended, just fine. So that means we are good to go. So we now have kind of the base for everything we need. We have the way to log in. Now we just need to do a check to see if we're logged in before we even attempt to create a session. So I'm going to use this boolean to tell us whether or not we're logged in. So under protected, I'm going to do bool b is logged in. By default, this is going to be false. Then on login complete, we're going to set logged in to equal b was successful. Actually, I'll leave that log there, indicating that we are in fact logged in. And then if we head down to create session, we want to do a check. So if b is logged in and the online subsystem is valid, we want to create a session. However, that might give us some ugly results, so I'm just going to wrap it in a separate if statement. So if B is logged in, otherwise we want to print out a log here, and the else stating that cannot create session not logged in. And I'm going to change this from warning to error. Although I guess warning would be a better fit. Yeah, why not? We'll just take it to error just to really let us know. So create session not logged in. I want to hit create session. Okay, let's hit play, and it may or may not kick us back out. It does. So while we're not logged in, I want to hit create session, and there we go. Cannot create session not logged in. So what I'm going to do, continue to app and allow, just like last session, not logged in. So what I'm going to do, continue to app, and allow, just like last time, and wait for it to finish, because if I still hit create session, it's going to say not logged in. So we have to wait. Well, I'm kind of speaking to the choir here, obviously, until it is finished. So we are now logged in. Create session, successful. So we're good to go. Then now we have proper logging in, creating the session, and everything's simplified. Like everything's easy and good to go. So we could set up some form of way to tell when we've logged out and that kind of stuff, and that'll just basically, I don't see why we necessarily would log out, but maybe you have some sort of inactivity, dealio, do that, I don't know. Use your imagination. Anyways, that is going to wrap up this video, and in the next one, now that we have login taken care of, we will work on destroying sessions, and I probably will shrink these up into actually very short separate videos. So we're going to cover destroying sessions next, and then probably in a separate video, to keep them short, we're going to actually work on finding sessions, so that way we can find a session that we want to be able to join. So that is Alrighty, so now that we have everything pretty much set up for the most part anyways, we want to go ahead and start working with cross-platform. And what I mean by that specifically is we want to be able to use EOS with Steam. So to sum it up, what we're going to end up doing, I believe I've stated this previously, but we're going to make use of EOS Plus, which is actually kind of the foundation that allows for all this cross-platform play. So on top of that, there's a couple things that we have to do. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is set up EOS Plus in our default engine.ini. Same thing with the online subsystem Steam, we have to do that as well. Then we have to do some small stuff in our portal, which I'll show you how to do this here in a minute, as well as go ahead and enable the online subsystem Steam plugin. So starting with the simplest, let's go ahead and launch our project, go to settings, plugins, and search for Steam. Or better yet, search for subsystem Steam. Then you're going to find online subsystem Steam, go ahead and enable it, and close down your editor. Once that's done, we can move on, because if you don't do that, otherwise you end up getting a crash every time you have to launch it, and it just becomes an overall pain in the butt to deal with. So let's go ahead and begin. So there's a couple things that you need to do, and one of them is in your portal. So if you go to your project or your product, go to your project settings, identity providers, you're not going to have an entry here, but you can see I have an entry for Steam and everything like that. So what you want to do is hit add identity provider, hit the drop down to find Steam. You're going to go ahead and just give it any description that you want, and then you're going to want to give it the encryption key. So this encryption key I unfortunately found literally today, which is why I'm recording this video, because I had actually purchased my own Steam ID just for this series because I could not find the Steam encryption key for the app ID 480, which if you're unfamiliar with that, is Space Wars. It's the default application that is basically public for people to use and test with. So here's the encryption key right here. This will be actually in the description below, so you're going to want to copy and paste that right into the encryption key slot. And the other thing you're going to want to do is type in, for the app ID, you're going to want to do 480. So 480 goes in here. Then just give it a basic description of whatever you want and hit save and exit. Once that's done, you should have this little guy here now set up as an entity or a identity provider, and you're good to go. So now we can move on to actually our configuration. We're going to go to config, defaultengine.ini, and here we have all the basic stuff that we had before. So if we head over to our online subsystem, basically the documentation for it, so if you search for Unreal Engine OSS or online subsystem, you'll be met with this page here, and it'll just look something like this. Then you're going to want to go ahead and click on the EOS online subsystem, and if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see, EOS plus plugin settings. Here we have all the stuff related to specifically EOS, which we've already done. And if we scroll down, we'll see EOS plus settings. So we'll scroll down a little bit farther and you can see everything that it actually requires. So we're going to go ahead and copy all of this and paste it at the very bottom, like so. Then the only thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and kind of organize this a bit. So I want to put the online subsystem EOS plus with the online subsystem EOS. Then I want to put the, let's see here, the online subsystem. I'm going to move that back on up and replace the one that we currently have, which is set to EOS, with the one with EOS plus and Steam. So default platform service equals EOS plus, and native platform service equals Steam. Then we have our net driver, which is fine and dandy, and then our regular settings like so. Okay, so that pretty much covers EOS plus. It's very simple. Next up, we're going to move to the online subsystem Steam. So let's click there. And same thing, yada yada yada. You really don't need to worry about that as of yet. You'll see the Steam app ID. Then here we have all of the default engine information. So again, if we scroll down a bit to the end result, here's everything that we have to actually include for it. So we're going to, again, copy and paste into our default engine.ini. Here we have if using sessions, we're going to set binit server on client to true. So I actually want to set this. I believe this might be the root cause of one of my problems when I was testing previously in another project. So under our online subsystem Steam, we're going to do binit server on client equals true. And we can delete these comments, which is it actually by a semicolon? That I guess kind of comments it out. Okay, that's nice to know. I did not know that. Alright, so now again, we want to clean this up. So online subsystems, default platform service equals Steam. We're going to remove it. We have our online subsystem Steam. We're going to copy and paste it right below the online subsystem EOS plus. So we have all three right here. Keep them nice and clean. And then we have our net driver. So we're going to go ahead and copy this net driver definition and paste it in our right underneath of our current one, which is for our EOS net driver, like so. And then we can remove it. Then we should be met with something that's fairly clean, just like so. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the extra lines and save. So I do believe we are pretty much good to go. So the only thing we have to look on now is we want to confirm that our Steam app ID is 480 because that is the encryption key that we're using for in the portal. And I guess we can go ahead and test it. So the first thing you're going to want to do, make sure you have Steam open and you are logged in. Next up, if you recall in a previous video, we actually made a batch file to launch basically our project standalone so we can test with the OS and have the log appear, separately, because for testing with EOS Plus and all that kind of stuff in Steam, you have to launch outside of the editor. So you can either do it this way, or you can go back to your new project, right click and hit launch game and do it that way. So I'm going to give a quick rundown again. Basically what this is start, start, opening and closing commas. Then we have an opening comma, which is the path to our UE4 editor.exe. So basically whichever engine you're using. In my case it's 4.27 for this series. And we have again space, then we have an opening and closing comma, and inside we have the path to our .u project. Then we have the parameters game, then our resolution for the X and Y. I don't exactly remember what this was. I think this is a window position. And then we want to include -log or -log at the very end so that we know our log is going to be opened with it. So let's go ahead and launch. And hopefully everything will work. Let's drag this off to the side. Alrighty, on login complete, success 1. Here we have the Steam Doom-a-jigger, whatever this is right here. So we can shift tab and view all of our Steam related stuff. As you can see, we're playing Space War because of the app ID. We can press shift F3 and we can view our epic overlay, I think is what they call it. Epic is the app ID tab, and view all of our Steam related stuff. As you can see, we're playing Space War because of the app ID. And view all of our Steam related stuff. As you can see, we're playing Space War because of the app ID. We can press shift F3 and we can view our epic overlay, I think is what they call it, there as well. So we are able to log in and everything just fine. And if you're getting login failure or something like that, keep in mind that I am using the DevAuth tool that is provided with the SDK. And again, in a previous video, we have already set this up and set up our online subsystem to make full use of this. So if you do not have this running, go ahead and get it running. There's a video on everything what to do, because if you're following with this series, you should honestly know what to do with this at this point. So we now have our online subsystem running through Steam as well as the using the Epic overlay. So that allows us to do some fun stuff. So we can do things like list our Steam friends as well as our Epic friends and all that kind of stuff. We can invite people from both and really kind of do whatever we need to. So that is going to go ahead and wrap up this.
That is amazing. That's absolutely fantastic. Cross-platform. Says it. New session. Friends.
In this video, I want to go ahead and cover the basics of the Friends interface, just so you can kind of get a rough idea on working your way through it. And to do that, it is in a very similar manner to the the session interface. But in this case, what we're going to be doing is actually getting our friends list. And this should contain all of our friends from both Steam and Epic. Now, one thing I have noticed when getting friends from the Epic,
This is telling me a fat ton. This is telling me a lot. This is great. I will be right back, guys. We will definitely be continuing this. I'm back. Oh, my mindset is all freaked up now. Holy shoot. Let's see what we can get done. Let's do it. Where was I?
Epic is that
Oh, I got Boba too. Let's go.
they basically almost have to have the same, I guess you could be doing, is actually getting our friends list. And this should contain all of our friends from both Steam and Epic. Now, one thing I have noticed when getting friends from the
Okay, because we're not implementing this right now, we don't really need to watch all. We're just gonna get the like,
Epic is
information on what
that
it does.
they basically almost have to have the same, I guess you could say, game as you. So for example, when I was playing with a friend and we had our own project up, let me rephrase that. When I had a different variation of the project up and I had started doing all this kind of stuff, I could not see him listed, just like I could not see any of my friends listed when I would bring up the Epic overlay. But once he actually had the updated project and all that kind of stuff with it all going and he launched the project, then I could actually see him and send invites and all that kind of stuff. So that is one thing to keep in mind. But anyways, it does list from both the Epic and Steam. So to begin, what we're going to do is create another blueprint callable function, and we're going to call it view, or let's say lip was complete, find u object, this, and then we have to pass in the function name, what we want. So, well, as you can see here, the on complete, and then paste them in for the parameters. Function. Oops. Hang on, someone's talking in the background. Sure. That's when we go to Google. Alrighty, so that's one of the dangers of autocomplete, I guess. But anyways, I'm not entirely sure. Alright, so just to confirm, that is all looking correct. That is the delegate. I'm not entirely sure why it is complaining. That's when we go to Google. Alrighty, so that's one of the dangers of autocomplete, I guess. But anyways, I'm using bind uObject. What I mean to use is add uObject. So that was my mistake. So we switch it to what is it? Okay, so it's create uObject in this case. And there we go. So we just pass in the address of on get all friends list complete, and it'll fire. Now, and we're here on read update. So let's say, for example, you call this at the start of the game, and then somewhere along the middle of the game, someone deletes you as a friend. Well, if you just keep calling get friends list, you're still going to see them as a friend. But if you call reads friends list again after they've removed you, and then call get friends list, then it will actually show that he is no longer, or basically he's not going to appear because it has updated the list. So every time you want to update your friends list, or if anything changes, you want to make sure you call read friends list first. So anyways, that's all friends. We just got to bind the button up, and we're good. All friends like so. Compile and save, and we're good to go. So let's go ahead and close this down and check it out. Go ahead and launch the game. Make sure we're logging on, which again, I'm going to have to end up stating this in every video. We're using the dev alt tool. So here we have it. Let's go ahead and call get all friends. Was successful at getting friends list. So we know that we're good to go. So we are in fact able to get our friends list, and now we can call get all friends. 0, which is for us. Jared ref. Jared that in returns true. This is the case. I guess so. So you create a field. Alrighty, it's got everything loaded. logged in, let's call get friends list, or get all friends. So we click it, and there we go. So as you can see here, it iterated over all of my friends, and golly, I'm kind of scared to look over some of these names. Don't read too close, but as you can see, we are able to iterate through all of our friends. And we now have, well, I don't know how else to explain it. We're looking over our friends. Simple as that. And then we can close it out. So,
Great. But gosh.
in this video, I want to cover the basics of using
Yes.
an external UI interface.
Yes.
So I don't
That's
know why
awesome.
I didn't think of using this before, but it's quite a nice reference. So you have like the identity interface, friends interface, description, and that's over the top. Strong, we'll also jump this interface.
Cool.
External UI.
External UI
The number,
interface.
which is going to be 0. Now, if you're not able to see any of this, as you may have seen, it included it for us. Well, in my case with Rider. All right. There we go. All that fun mumbo jumbo, and calls show UI. Now I'm naming this something generic like this, just for the sake of being able to easily change between it and show you different options. The only other thing I want to do is actually in the construct, what I want to do is clean up, or basically lock my mouse, so that way, or make my mouse visible. So I'm going to get my player controller. We're going to do search for mouse. Scroll through, here we have set show mouse cursor. We're going to set that to true so we can easily click on stuff. And then again, I want to set the input mode to game and UI. That's just so I can have my mouse and all that kind of stuff visible, and not really have the mouse cursor or not. But anyways, once we have our widget set up, we can close that on down and give ourselves a test. Alrighty, just about loaded up, we're logged in, and there we go. So I can still right mouse and move around and that kind of stuff. So what I want to hit is show UI. So when I click this, as you can see, it immediately brought up my friends list. Hit it again, and it works. So we know that we're good to go there. So now we can basically have free reign to do kind of whatever we wish. So let's look through some of these. So one of the common ones that you'll have, like in Dead by Daylight, is show invite UI. So that's going to be 0, and then we have to pass in the name of the session. So test session name. Now my question is, I don't know if this is fully going to work if we do not have a session set up. So that is one thing we'll see. So if, in case it's not obvious, I'm pretty much experimenting as I go. Like I have not, some of these I've used, I haven't used this one. So we're going to see just what happens. So let's press show UI. Alright, and nothing is happening. So let's try creating a session. So we got a session up, let's hit show UI, and there we go. So we had to create a session first, but now it brings up a list and we can go through and hit invite to invite some of our friends to the game. Now because I have a session created, I'm going to go ahead and hit destroy session. Look at that, we both just learned something. Alrighty, let's just check out some of the rest so we can show achievements. We've already seen these two. Not entirely sure what the leaderboard UI is. We can still just show the store. So that takes in... Okay, so that would be, I guess, if you had some form of DLC or something like that. And we have actually quite a good bit of stuff. Let's show web URL. I guess that takes us to a web page. Yes, it does. That's kind of cool. So basically, there's a lot of stuff that you can do through here. So the only thing I want to do now is I want to actually clean this up and set it up as a show invite UI. And again, I'm just going to pass in 0 and the name of our test, session name, and rename this to show invite, what do you call it? Show invite UI. Let's copy that and rename it. I'm going to have one more of show friends UI. And for this UI, then we're going to have like so. Really, I mean, they're kind of the same thing. And that's just to make it easier for me to kind of pan through later on. We're going to go ahead and save, and let's just confirm. So we should be good to go. Okay, once we're here, let's go ahead and test. We're going to show the invite UI, which should not fire, which it does not. We're going to show the friends UI, which brings up our friends list, like so. Now let's create a session. Just made it. Let's call show invite UI now. And there we go. So now we have our friends UI set up. We're going to destroy the session and have it close down our project. Okay, so that pretty much sums up a lot of it. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Idea. That pretty much wraps up the basics.
That's sick.
In this video, I want to go ahead and cover the basics of the Friends interface, just so you can kind of get a
Oh,
rough
I
idea on
freaking
working right
broke
through
it. That's crazy. Haha, I've never seen this before ever. The video is still here, but I'm in. Is this supposed to be like this? Down here? Oh, it's so busted.
In this video, I want to go ahead and cover
Okay, so that was find session, join session. Awesome. That's all we really needed to know. That's crazy. So what I've learned is that EOS online subsystem, EOS OSS, helps bring things together. So I might just set that up. Like a habit. Picking that up. Okay. On game lift. Working chat across identity data onto their server machine. Oops. Couldn't I super easily make a chat? Isn't that really easy to make? Just send a freaking append to a string. Update both of the UI and then bada bing, bada boom, you have a chat. Is that not... I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. Estimate party? What is the total or players connected is not working about 2 players connected for 5 minutes, which is 10 minutes. Alright, solar place connected number. I don't freaking know, dude. Let's go to let's say 1,000 players. Let's say 200 players. Play game servers per VM per virtual machine. What does that mean? 4, I guess. That changes it significantly. Let's do 4. Holy shit, that's expensive. Game lift versus play.
Happy to have you here today. This is my talk, using PlayFab Party to integrate networking and voice into your game. My name is Jason Kepner. I am a program manager on the Xbox platform networking team. So my goal for today is to give you a better understanding of what the product is, ways it can help you integrate multiplayer networking and chat into your title, as well as to where to go for setting up and downloading the latest versions of PlayFab Party. So what is PlayFab Party? It's a real-time multiplayer networking and communication middleware solution for games. It has a low latency secure data transport for authentication and encryption for games. It has a low latency secure data transport for authentication and encryption of all your communication, be it management data, game data, or real-time communication. Automatic connections are done through our low latency cloud relays from any one of our Azure-backed relay distributed servers all over the world, or regions you select. There's built-in support for unidirectional voice and chat, with additional accessibility features on top of that, such as speech-to-text and text-to-speech. We also have built-in translation support for over 60 languages, backed by Azure Cognitive Services. So what is PlayFab Party typically used for? There's 3 scenarios I want to highlight in the next slides. At a high level, essentially there's the in-game multiplayer data, sending data between all of your players. There's the pre and post voice chat scenarios, like your lobbies and your post-game sessions. And then there's the in-game voice chat, the main communication happening between all of your players.
Those are separate.
So using Party for multiplayer networking. As you can see, the creation of a party network has everyone playing together, where all the game logic and the state data is being passed around. Party allows for creating these secure, low latency multiplayer networks. game data is being passed around between the players and devices over parties' cross-platform mesh. From the diagram, you can see that this particular party is actually connecting multiple devices, and they are various. They're not all the same. We have consoles, we have PCs, and we have mobile devices. Games that don't require a cloud-hosted dedicated game server are a perfect fit for parties' secure multiplayer networking. Party is great for titles that need managed solutions, that don't need to pay for cloud-hosted dedicated servers. There are titles today that ship on Party that have game modes like co-op that really just need a quick and simple setup of networking and chat parties spun up. They also have custom networking, complex networking scenarios where there's more players. So they have their own custom networking implementation, but they can still use PlayFab Party for their chat. Their chat sessions are still spun up and quickly and easily on PlayFab Party on top of their own custom network. Using Party for multiplayer chat, this is also straightforward. We have our two groups here. We've created two party networks. One is a friends party with some friends getting together and they're chatting. And the other one is more of a fire team. The game is set up, the player's already kind of in a session looking for a match to get into. This is the pre-game setup where people are trying to figure out how to play and what to play. This is the social experience before the game. And it really grows and can solidify the engagement for all the players in your session. This is really perfect for that scenario. All right, so after we've gotten everybody together, we've seamlessly transitioned all of our players from their previous network into this new network. Party allows for the seamless transition to in-game chat from pre-game into the in-game exclusively. From the diagram, you can actually see that the title chose to pull those three friends out of that particular party network into the main party network, but chose the fire team. They're going to stay in that network while still being in the main game network. You actually have the flexibility for players to be in multiple networks at the same time. And this is actually useful if you want to actually make a seamless transition from players to go back to that fire team. So if their game is over and they're done playing, they still want to go back to where they were before and communicate and decide maybe what their next mission is or what they want to do together. So you don't want to lose that integration of players and that friendship. This is really a good growth and platform.
Oh, got it.
From an ecosystem that you want to maintain within your game. So how do PlayFab party networks work? Basically, party network is a collection of endpoints, which could be really a single device. It could be a player or some other entity. The title has the flexibility to decide what an endpoint can be in their game. The messages that you send across to these various endpoints, they can be sent unreliably or reliably. It's really up to you. They can be sent sequentially or non-sequentially. You have the choice. You can broadcast, or you can choose targeted specific users. It's up to you. One benefit over UDP packet relays is we actually minimize the network bandwidth that we use by sending one message up and then let the relay distribute back down to the other endpoints. We also we secure all the messages with the latest DTLS encryption, so make sure everything is actually sent securely. And all of our networks are hosted on Azure Relays. I mentioned this before, but this really takes care of getting users connected and handling issues like NAT traversal for players who sometimes can't get connected otherwise. And it also provides some risk mitigation with some DDoS protection. And ultimately, PlayFab Party Networks, this is where you exchange all the player data. This is where, as I mentioned, game, state, whatever you want to do, this is where you send the actual data. It's your opportunity to configure some important security and resource settings for your game. So as you can see here, you need a network descriptor, and that really is the identifier for your particular network. And when you're setting up your network descriptor, there are some configurations you might want to consider. The invitation configuration allows you to specify what restrictions exist on your players joining the network, and the network configuration allows you to set constraints on the network resources that are valid for your game. The region list, it would allow you to provide a region for where your party would be hosted. Should you not want to use the defaults, you can specify your own, but the defaults are selected based on latency measurements when the party subsystem is initialized, so that might be more beneficial. After selects control single users, but we actually do support multiple users on a single device, which I've kind of highlighted in that diagram on actually overcast. There are many scenarios that you can enable with this, and I've got some examples here, and I'll go into those a little bit more detail. But at a high level, things like push to talk, which you see commonly in PC games, where a certain key press is where you want to send your audio, only when you have that key pressed. Channels and teams, you have group A and you have group B, and only those inside those groups can communicate with each other and not cross. Broadcasts, you are a leader and you want to send everybody in that particular team, but you don't actually want to either receive it. You can actually set that up fairly quickly. And even whisper, perhaps you're in a group and you can receive everybody's audio, but you only want to send to one particular person. You can set up the chat matrix fairly quickly. This is a super lightweight operation, and it should be done as often as you see fit. There's no harm in doing it, and you should do it to match your game style, your play style. There's really any matrix of talkers, texters, and listeners. Create a local chat control and pass in the local device. The local device will actually, by default, use the system default device for you. And from that, you're going to want to pass in your local user, your language that the user uses, and from that, you'll get your chat control. You get your chat control, you connect it to the network or networks. Like I said, you can choose more than one. Once you've connected to a network, you're going to start receiving events saying, hey, other chat controls might be visible. And permission to pass between them. Basically send doc. These are some code snippets to go along with those scenarios to show kind of how simple this can be set up. The first couple lines are that push to talk scenario. Essentially, I just want to mute my local mic on a key press, and that's it. Once it's pressed, I can unmute and then mute again when it's not pressed. For a teams-based permission setup, assuming I'm player A and my teammate is player B, when I see him, I can actually just say send audio, receive audio, and text, and bam, we're talking together. C and D, they're not on my team. I don't want to have anything to do with these guys because they're my enemy. So I'm going to say my chat permissions are none. And at that point, we have two teams of players, A, B, and C and D. Say we're done. Think of that and wait for getting people into your game, more people into your game. In fact, such text would render otherwise than game. So some benefits of the chat control. What if now? And so we want to take care of that as well. So what if a bubble shield distorts your voice? We've purposely designed Party Chat or PlayFab Party to be used with popular audio processing solutions such as Fmod and WIs, in addition to custom processors. Party's real-time audio manipulation actually allows this by giving you direct access to the pre-encoded audio buffers at the capture site. So at the microphone, when they're talking, you can have access to the stream. And then direct access to the post-encoded audio buffers at the render site. So before it actually gets rendered into my microphone, you have, or in my headset, you have access to that stream as well. This is really great for when you want to do things like an echo in a cave, or the bubble shield, or even positional or distance-based rendering for games that have multiple players, lots of players. You don't want to hear all 16 of them yelling in your ear. You might want to filter them down to the closest 8, and even then you might want to do it based on distance. You might want to change the volume based off of distance. Our audio streams give you the ability to do that within your title. A quick sample of accessible chat transcriptions in action in an actual retail title. Sea of Thieves today actually supports this, and it's a really great way of enabling more players to be included in their title. In this screenshot, there's actual transcribed text happening in real time on my screen, and you can see that I don't feel left out of the action. If someone says that the ship needs repaired, or a cannon needs to be refilled, or someone needs to be taken out on the island, I see those messages and I can react in real time. So even though I can't hear them, I can still react and play with this group of people. Even though you take the ship needs repair, don't time on title. In this screenshot, there's actual transcribed text happening in real time on my screen, and you can see that I don't feel left out of the action. If someone says that the ship needs repaired, or a cannon needs to be refilled, or someone needs to be taken out on the island, I see those messages and I can react in real time. So even though I can't hear them, I can still react and play with this group of people. It's really great for including more people into your game. It's a fantastic feature that should not be left out. Now I want to show you a demo of translation happening in a real-time application.
Hey guys.
Hallo, wie geht es euch?
Bonjour, comment ça va? Which ships do you want to be?
Ich nehme das rote Schiff.
D'accord. Cool.
Okay, so that was the demo of our sample, and that sample actually does use Playfab Party for voice, for chat, as well as for translation. So my account, I was actually in English setting, but in the lobby that we were in, I was actually playing with other users, and their languages were translated into English for me on screen, even though they were speaking in German and in French. And that's really powerful because it actually makes it so that I can play with other users without language being a barrier for us to get together and play games. Okay, so what development support do we have? We have seamless integration with Unreal and Unity. The game engines drastically cut down on your development time. There's also a C++ API for those that aren't using Unreal or Unity or have your own game engines that you want to build on top of, with support for a whole list of platforms: Windows, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, iOS, Android, and Google Stadia. Depending on what target platform you want to develop for, we have it there, and then it also allows you to easily migrate to another platform. We also provide an Xbox helper library, and this is for if you are targeting an Xbox device, and it enables you to pass those Xbox requirements more easily. So what does Party give me? What does it provide for my game? What are the benefits for me? I want to really iterate over these again. Party provides a single cohesive cross-platform solution. Everything that we built in this product is by design and by default. There's data, voice, and text all on the same network. It all is all integrated together. The connections are low latency, they're all encrypted, and they're all protected with the risk mitigation and the net traversal benefits built in. It's cross-network, it's cross-platform, targeted platforms to log it together on the back end. The federated ID support, what this basically means is if your users are signing in on a PlayStation device, you can use PlayStation IDs. Nintendo devices, you can use Nintendo IDs. Playfab Party will use PlayStation ID. This basically means is if your users are signing in on a PlayStation device, it's cross-platform, targeted platforms to log it together on the back end. The federated ID support, what this basically means is if your users are signing in on a PlayStation device, you can use PlayStation IDs. Nintendo devices, you can use Nintendo IDs. Playfab Party will actually use our federated IDs behind the covers and still get everybody together in there.
Ah. It doesn't even work with dedicated servers. I have no use for that. Okay, I have no use for that. So without that, it's cross network identity and data, multiplayer servers, matchmaking, and live ops is content management. This is nice. Okay. How to products. Which maybe would be somewhere. Here, store. Are your game's ability to support user purchases? The store interface will provide the ability to make offers to the person interface. Got it. Price, release and expiration dates, categories.
Display. Now, you guys don't need to export out anything. I have done this already for you. What you will need is the latest version of the RPG HUD and the RPG widget to sort of eyes on the screen. This have to have it as so. This image is the same. So if you these pieces of
Hello everyone. Today we are going to implement a simple shop system so we can buy helicopters here. So actually this is not an official part of the third-person shooter series. This is just some request I got third-person. So actually this is not an official part of the third-person shooter of the Patreon. Any details like the amount of money player has and how to manage that, it's to buy jet over here. If I press buy in front of passenger helicopter, we will have a passenger helicopter here. So after buying, we can go here and attack helicopter here. So after buying, we can go here, over here, and right there. Right.
Oh,
So
shoot, it's a
let's
whole
see how to
freaking
implement that.
helicopter.
Server. Minus
Engine. account store.
So hey guys, welcome back in Korea.
We are completely done the login system. Now let's move on to economy or in-game purchasing system.
PlayFab UE5 2022 in-game purchase system economy and stores.
Can implement that in Unreal Engine 5. So this is going to be a very cool video. So let's
wait. Why is this exactly what I need?
The first thing, what is in-game purchasing system? The in-game purchasing system is pretty similar, like I give you a simple example like Fortnite. In the Fortnite, you can go in the store, and from the store you can buy some different type of gun skin, kind of like a...
First of all, this guy sucks at audio control. I can barely hear him. And the music is so...
skin or red gun skin. So if you buy that, it will become, you need to pay some money, or you need to give you some virtual currency, and with that you will get the gun skin, and you can play with that gun, or even you can do whatever you want. So it's pretty similar, and let's do the same thing in our here also. So we already done basically the login system. So in our main menu we pretty much done everything. So now once this thing is done, okay, the login turn or whatever it is, we can basically move on the store UI. So let's go to UI, and now at here let's create a now so GD, AB, 2D, whatever you want to, you can give. I'm just showing you. Okay, it's just an example. Okay, so here's a this one. First button. We can get the player user data, like from user how much to do with this code. Okay, so yeah, I hope that you are watching from 0 to last. If you didn't, just check out our playlist. I hope it will give you a better result. Then at here let's give it that player now so first thing, what you need to do, compile and save. And second, what you need to do is we need to go to PlayFab, and in PlayFab the in-game purchasing or the store is economy. So just select your economy. Once you select the economy, you need to set that you find here some different types of version. One is catalogs, one is currency, one is catalog P2. So the catalogs is basically the item number, like which item you have, or basically you are making a separate store. Like you are making, if I give you example, you can make a simple store for only gun skin. Also you can make a simple store for the cloth, for player cloth. You can make also specific parts, or even some other player skin, body parts, or even some others. Okay, so basically that is a catalog. So let's create a catalog, and at here let's give our catalog name gun skin, and then simply save this catalog. Okay, our catalog has been done. In our catalog you can see, if I now go back to our catalog, you can see it's giving that gun skin. This is our basically the store, and in this store what is the item, and the inside of that is store basically, or the catalogs we have is store and drop table. Now let's, once ever you come at here in second time, if I'm like this, so just click on this green button or the green text, you can come at here. Instead of that you find some more options. One is items, bundles, containers, drop table, and store. For our case, if you want to create the in-game purchasing system, you need just only the item and the store. The item is basically the what type of gun it is, or the skin name, like your gun and gun skin name, or how much is the value. Okay, like that. So if you want to delete any of them, you can select like this and press on delete, and you can delete that. So now let's click on new item, and as you can see it's giving me an error, so don't worry, just come back. And sometime it's come like this. This is some PlayFab issue, so just again go inside of that your project, then go to economy, and as you can see now it's saying that we have in our item, you find inside of that you find lots of stuff. First thing, the item ID. So item ID doesn't mean that you need to give a specific number like this or unique code. You can basically display the name of this one. okay, because the display name is very important, because with the display name we will be connected with our Unreal Engine. Item ID or I want not is too much important at here. The item ID or others is not too much important, but the display name is too much important. For example, I want to, let's say our first item is like a black 416 skin, and this one, so will be simple copy, and let's give the item class. You can specifically filter the item class, like you can give the item like a gun skin or whatever it is, but item URL, okay, like you can upload a picture on your database or local database, and from that you can paste it here. So this item picture, and the display name, let's give it, also you can give right similar. Then you find a stackable and in a tradable, it's a token for character creation and is limited edition. The first thing is stackable is basically mean that it's available in store, and you know, you can basically you can buy that, but you can't share with some others. But the also you can return that item. But if you set the tradable, so what will we do, you can buy and sell both of them, okay, you can even get some refund from that, like if you want. So with only this type of feature, then the is limited edition, you can select like this skin only can buy 5 player or 2 players or 2000 players. So see, but if you want, you can create your, they give you a RM or a laptop currency, but if you want, you can create your own currency in the game. So what you need to do, just open the another tab, and then again search the play fab. Just log in with your play fab, and then you need to go to economy again, and then you need to go to currency. Once you go to currency page, then there you can basically give you can create your own custom currency. The currency is kind of like a virtual currency, okay, make sure we are not creating any real currency. This is a virtual currency for the game, like PUBG have UC, Free Fire have Diamond, okay. We can write our currency name in 2 words, okay, like if just think that you want to give your currency name LK, you can give. If you in our case, I'm going to use US, that is US dollar, or UD US, you can write, but make sure that is totally super important. Now you have this currency, okay. So now if you go to your catalog, and at here you can see it doesn't appear, because why, it doesn't load in right yet. So what you can do for now, you can basically save the edits whatever you did, and once you do that, you need to you can give a refresh. Once you give a refresh, if you not set this item or this gun skin price, kind of like how much you want to give, $400, $200, let's give it at $130, that is $130, and then it's durable, okay, and make sure once you do that, then save the item. Okay, so as you can see, we have this item. Now we can delete this one, because we don't need this one. Okay, so now we can go to store. Now this thing, and store name same, description same. If you want, you can write some. Now store content, that is this back add, like what is the store content. So now store content, that is this back M416 gun, you need to press the add. Make sure you can add if you want, you can add multiple of them, but I will insert here 130. Yes, let's give it the price 130. We are not giving any discount, so if you want, you can give it discount right here, and then save this store. Okay, here, and then save this store. Okay, so this our display name has been created. Now if I go to catalog, and as you can see, we have one item with one store. Right now if you go to gun skin, and that is the display name, is basically we will get in our or not, okay, to play suggest player. And if you go to purchase, so if you purchase anything, or if this player purchase anything, you find here a notification about what is purchased, what is the number, and etc. Then you find the virtual currency, that is basically the player currency, how much player have. You can see 0, and if you want to give him 100 USD on his account, so he can buy 200 at here 0. And if you want to give him some money, you can go there, and from at here you can add and subtract. You can add 500 to 200, so user will be get 5 on his account, so he can buy. Then if you go to inventory, you find that what he have, you find here the activities and the activities. Once we buy the item, I'll be show you more goodly, so you will understand more goodly. Okay, now graph, let's abstract or login UI. Okay, and go to graph, and we'll be go on event begin play, and make sure this same code will be copied and go to store, because we want to make sure that our this stuff is basically successfully doing adding this ID. Okay, we don't need any set to APIs or anything. We don't need to do any of them, so don't worry about that. We need our username and whatever it is. Anyways, even we can get, so or the user data, the UD result, RE SULT result, and then we'll be break that result. And once we break that, we found here some information about player ID, section ticket, username, and etc. So what will we do is we'll be get our username, and then set text, then connected with this and connected the username. It will automatically convert the username into this the text, so we don't need to do anything. Then for the currency, we need then to get the player currency, like how much player have, we need to get the. So let's after successfully login, it should be create it should be create a new with. Yeah, now let's go to our whatever player I delete out, so go to all player. It is not should be have any data. Now let's go to our player at here, and let's go to all players, and I'm going to delete whatever player I create, because I don't want to be make them messy. Delete out, sorry, I want to delete the master player. It's taking some load, because I all of the user. Okay, delete the master, but I forget that how we need to create that. Okay, delete the master player. Okay, now let's create a good account. Okay, so for create, let's add our username Sajjad 5678.com and come Sajjad email. Did I did any mistake? Email. And here once we create, okay, our account has been created successfully, and here once we log in, it will be displaying my name, as you can see, Sajjad, whatever my name, then it should be display my USD, and after selected this player, so just it will be give our player to his account. Okay guys, so that's all. In next video I'll show you more about the in-game purchasing system.
Hmm. It's like, whoa. Okay. Okay. That's uh What did I watch? You gonna tell me? Prefab Beauty 5 July last month. Oh, it did tell me. Hmm. That's the only one that he has. It's also his best video. No, it's not. It's blind red system. Okay. Okay. So. PayPal, Steam, and Facebook. Probably wouldn't use Facebook. We'd probably use PayPal and Steam. And also. So this is pointing towards PlayFab for sure. Awesome. Frick, what did I just... Xbox PSN. PSN. Got it. June. SDKs. No way, dude. Is this... Am I an idiot? No, it's 5.
You could use this in any project really. So I've got myself open. Let's move this bit up nice and clear away from the rest because we don't really need to.
That's 4. Well, that would suck. No way. I don't think it works. Oh shoot! I mean, it says 5.0. That's what it says. I think it might be worth checking out. Shoot. Okay, let's go back to the Fab OSS. This. It has no OSS. Lobby matchmaking, party for Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch, really easy, Unreal 4. Using play with US OSS Unreal. Integrate Epic Online Services. Huh. Online subsystem. There's like a lot of nothing. Already ensure kind of serious. Cost talk cross plays. Text structure. Lobbies. Good matchmaking. Why does it? Fab process. PSN. Awesome. XSX. Where's okay, I get that. Oh, how'd I arrive at the same place? That's concerning. Frickin' PlayStation. This is the same. How have I? Wait, what? Party SDK or hobby matchmaking. Oh, you're serious? That's what that means. Can you Python UD. Wait, so you can? Azure PlayFab SDK. PlayStation 5 Unreal Engine. Different flavors of Azure PlayFab SDK. As we implement a majority of our features, including live ops, economy, data analytics. That's what this says. What does this say? Multi-player. Servers overview. PlayFab multiplayer server SDKs. Game server SDK, GitHub, Unity, Java. Guess it's here. All libraries. PlayFab Games for SDK. Players rest in real online subsystem. Oh, why is there a whole separate freaking this? Unreal. Huh. Blueprint API and C++ still requires your Unreal project to be a C++ project. It will not work on Blueprint only project. Needs to convert to Okay. If I'm multiplayer server SDK. That's weird. Converting blueprints to C++ project in Unreal. Dang. Game lift OS. So this all makes sense. Let's say for the store. Okay. Checkout function. Online serve. Oh, dude. Online service for record transactions. Just do it like this. That feels super bad. So with League of Legends, I'm sure we'll use as a reference. Everything is super fast, super streamlined. The only long thing is this. How do I get this? There, use like credit card, PayPal, just to buy RP. That's it. That's the only thing they sell. Is RP. The only thing they sell. RP. How to sell in-game currency. How to sell in-game currency. For my game. How to create a shop for in-game currency for my game. I don't care about what the currency is, I care about how to sell it. How to handle real money transactions. Oops. How to handle real money transactions. PC in-game real money shop solution. Got it. Yes. 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 League of Legends shop. PC is perfect. Has solutions. Earn money on PC without selling for. this fast spring. Is this dedicated servers? Does GameSparks use dedicated servers? Amazon GameSparks SDK. What? Is this the same thing? Oh my word.
Your GameSparks component fully set up in your Unreal project? Are you ready to put it to the test? Perfect, because in this episode we're going to walk through setting up a basic player registration and authentication menu that's fully backed by GameSparks. Team here. In the previous episode, we walked through getting our GameSparks game mode set up. Now our game is ready to get hooked in. Before players can perform any operations though, we need to authenticate them with the platform. You have various options available to you that you can read about in the GameSparks docs. But for For this tutorial, we'll be using basic username, password, registration, and authentication. Come check it out. Commit page, select Unreal Authentication. We've set up some pre-configured assets for you to help you follow along. The Volt already loaded in. This will be similar to the game mode that we set up in the previous episode. Let's move on to our GameSpark's player control. What happens when you're moving assets from one project to the other? I'll just walk through how to address those with the login screen. We create there, player controller, PC. Those functionality that's named comparing this function presented registered. Let's go with this logic. Sure that they're prompted up here when they click login. I'll go ahead and delete these two nodes so I can show you how to set that up from scratch. Authenticate bar request node. Have our path slot here. Okay. Like that. And we can use that with the built-in has errors flag. So we'll branch off that guy. And if for some reason that's true, we know that, you fudged your username or password. Otherwise, we'll print out their display name. Great. And that's a lot of things here you can query for information. We'll just go ahead and grab the display name. There's also a little bit of housekeeping here that I spotted earlier. Let's go ahead and that's just me being a plugin window. Go ahead and set that up. So again, we'll use it and care that they actually. We're just checking that everything is filled out correctly and that the passwords match. Here is your actual GameSpark's functionality. I'm just going to kill those so that we can set them up from scratch. And username that you enter. We go ahead and then transition back there. Make use of other one taken, because when we check our new pulse, then about this, when we fire up our game, we can see that we get our available response delegate. GameSparks is available. So let's go ahead and click register. Let's go ahead and click register. Oh, username already used. Thankfully, we put that error message in, so then I can go ahead and try a different username. All right, now I'm in. Enter my username and password. Click login. Welcome back, Jay Kingpin. I am registered, I'm authenticated, we're ready to rock. And as always, you can query the log to follow along with exactly what happened in the back end. You can see here, if you scroll up a bit, that I tried to authenticate with this password and username, and I didn't exist. So then I went ahead and tried to register with this password, username, and display name. You can see that it was already taken. So I did another registration request, and then I was able to authenticate and log in. There you have it. Now players can be fully authenticated with their own unique account.
Okay. I'm still a bit confused what it does. As there was. What does it mean? What is GameSpark? It's great. This is the same thing. Dang, man. I'll be back. I'm overwhelmed. Bro, I'm overwhelmed. Oh my goodness gracious. That's done. Let's go back to the basics. Best way to implement servers.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how to easily create a scalable multiplayer game with blueprints. No C++ required. If you want a lag-free AAA quality global multiplayer system that is free to use for testing for up to a year, then this is the video for you. To get started, we're going to need to come over and either purchase this plugin, the Game Lift with Blueprints plugin, or this entire package, which is going to be a multiplayer with Blueprints plugin. If you are just looking for the ability to host your games on Amazon dedicated servers, then Game Lift with Blueprints may be enough just for you. Latency-based user profiles and a NoSQL database for storing in-game data, I would recommend purchasing this plugin. And the engine you use needs to be a source build of the engine. These plugins will not work without the source build of the engine from Epic Games' GitHub repository, located right here. There are engine from Epic Games' GitHub repository. Will not mention its visual available as well. One thing I should go ahead and mention is that the Unreal Engine you use needs to be a source build of the engine. These plugins will not work without the source build of the engine from Epic Games' GitHub repository, located right here. There are lots of video series on YouTube which will take you through the process of getting approved by Epic to gain access to their Git repository and then downloading the source engine code. So you should be able to find one, follow it, and complete this on your own. I am not going to go through this process in this video. Alright, and then the next thing you're going to want to do is go ahead and create an AWS account. If you just go to aws.com, you should just be able to find the right one for this, and we're going to create a new group. Go to next step, and we're going to give it this administrator access policy, and then group. So we're going to add a user, custom password, user when we created the group. Tags, we're just going to leave it, and then we're at review, and then go ahead and create user. Again, I've already created a user, so I'm not going to, but you're going to click create user. And then if you go to that user and go to secret credentials and click create access key, it's going to give you an access key ID and a secret key ID, and you're going to want to save those somewhere safe because we're going to need those to connect to your AWS console. The next step you're going to want to go ahead and do is download the Amazon Game Lift server SDK and extract it with 7-zip. Just download this, download the AWS command line installer. Once it's downloaded, have all your options there. Once it's AWS configure into PowerShell or command line, and then fill in the information that it asks for. It's going to ask for your access key ID, your secret access key, those two things we got from that user format, just right here, right when you log in to your AWS. If you just go to the home page, it's right here. Mine says US East 2. And once that's done, we can start getting into your actual project. Okay, so now our next step is going to be to get this plugin that you just purchased installed into our source build of the engine. The first thing we're going to have to do is go into our Epic Games library and install it to the correlating Epic Games engine, so that we'll have a folder that we're able to find it under. So if you're using a source build of 4.22 or 4.23 or 4.24, install the plugin that you purchased to the correlating engine for Epic Games. So for me, Epic and let down plugin, game, and then plugins. Now we're gonna need to go ahead and rebuild that engine since we placed that in there. Diminish, generate, for Visual Studio development editor mode. Failed, you and then once that opens up, if you already have a project built on your engine, you should just be able to open that up. I'm just going to go ahead and open up a blank, and then once that project goes ahead and opens up, just go to edit, plugins, and make sure your plugin is enabled. It might ask you to restart the project, just go ahead and do that, but make sure whichever plugin you downloaded is enabled. Alright, so one thing we're going to want to go ahead and do before we go any farther in this project is go ahead and make this a C++ project. So we're going to come here, click add new, say new C++ class, and create a character. Just add this to the project, next, create class, and once it's created, you can go ahead and exit out, and we're going to want to generate Visual Studio project files right there so that they're all up to date, and then you can reopen the project back up. Cool, and then we'll get into the blueprint. Alright, so now real quickly, let's go back into the root folder of our project right here, and let's go to the source, and go ahead and see if you have a server. You're going to have an editor, you're going to have whatever the name of your project is .target, and whatever the name of your project is editor.target, but check if you have a server. If you do not have a server one here, you're going to need to make a copy of the editor. Go ahead and make a copy of the editor and change the name to the name of your project, server.target.cs, as it is right here. And then go ahead and open up that duplicated, the one you just named to server. And I'm going to show you what you need to change. So everywhere where it says editor, so like GameLift tutorial editor target, I'm going to change this to server, and where it says GameLift tutorial editor target, I'm going to change editor to server, and target type.editor, I'm going to change that to server. This is without this, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to have the source to host a dedicated server on Amazon GameLift, so you need to make sure. Go here and search. I just named mine my name. The only shutdown. And once you complete that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add another blueprint class right here. Just go ahead and select that. Again, I already have mine right here. These functions will be already in there for you. Just call to the parent for all of them. Just make a call to the parent, and make sure you go to the health check, and also make a call to the parent on the health check. That's all you're gonna need to do inside of project. The third person go inside. So on event begin play, make a call to the parent, run a branch, is it the server, and init the SDK so that the GameLift SDK gets running. You'll get an error on GameLift if you don't do this, so it'll just say the SDK has not been initialized. Then we're gonna this parameter server IP, we ready to go, and run a branch. If that was a success with the error message, so I highly recommend and go into our project settings and instance class. You're gonna want to go up here and create an an entry map, and then another and ever map level blue, the cover map together. First thing we're gonna do is dog. So we're gonna put in here, ride. I'm gonna come right here, do 127.0.0.1 colon port 8080. This is gonna connect to your local computer. So just use that as well. And then I'm gonna go ahead and promote off of the 10. I'm gonna create a new variable that I went ahead and called fleet arm. It's a type string, and I'm gonna make this into a random, I'm gonna create my own fleet that we're gonna connect to. Whenever we go online, you'll see that the tag is gonna describe game sessions. Use the out, so log in, check out session worked. Again, same target, and off of here, just create game session request.
Okay, what I actually need to know is that is required. Source build language. That's non-negotiable. And it would seem What? When was this made? Oh, 2016. That's outdated as fudge. What is this?
Hello everybody and welcome back to our Unreal Engine 4 and PlayFab series. In this episode I've decided that we're going to look into the multiplayer side of things. Something that I know quite a few people have been looking for or asking about. So I decided that now we're going to look into it, and in the final couple of videos are just going to be the smaller things, more like things that, you know, aren't necessarily needed for PlayFab to run. However, it's more like a quality of lifestyle of things, so looking into the experiment side of things, the A/B testing, and then looking at the data and dashboards just to give you an understanding a bit better of how it reads all the data and how it displays it back to the user. But for this one, we're going to look into the multiplayer side of things. Now, within this, we're going to quickly go over servers. Now, I'm not obviously going to set one of these up because it takes a long time to do so. Again, you have to add your credit card stuff in because servers cost money in order to run and keep going, depending on how many players, you know, use it. And obviously, with this being a tutorial series, nobody's going to be using it, so I'm going to be paying for nothing for free there. So it's like, might as well not bother. I'll show you my other project that I still have access to, show you what it looks like when the servers are initiated, sort of thing, and we'll look through that. We'll look into matchmaking. At the moment, this is still under preview, but the system is pretty good already. And this is the sort of thing that most of you are probably going to use for any sort of matchmaking within your game. So basically queuing and going into the right queue. There is Party. Now, Party is a little bit hit and miss. It exists, and you have to enable it first in order to do so. However, Party is not fully there, as in some of the calls don't currently exist, or it's not 100% assured that, you know, that you can do this sort of thing. We're going to look into it anyway and look into what it's supposed to do and what that you need. Again, though, it's probably useful to have an American one anyway. But that's to get object field, and then this one here is the title player count. And then from this one is get string field, and this is just ID. Now, you can just save this as a number 100, that sort of stuff. You know, all you have to do is quickly set it up before all of this. It's pretty simple to do if you have them in there. I'm not gonna do it because. And then we're going to want to set up some sort of timer. One, like, you know, the first person to go in and host the session, and then everyone else to join the session. So if you were going to do something like that, if you were going to, with value of the match ID that we have, is equal to the one that exists on the session. So basically, this basically says you've got two players. The first one, create the session, and then the second one, join. Now, the only way that this, the difference here is that you're setting an extra setting, and that is a setting property of match ID, which means that unless somebody else has this exact match ID, which, you know, isn't going to happen, then they're not going to be able to find it, simply because the match ID is pretty long. Like, you know, we've printed out some of the stuff above, so you could always put here, you could always put a big print string and put in the match ID, and you'll see just how long this is. Also, as well, you're going to want to add in a quick advanced sessions plugin. You know, creating a session can take, you know, a second or two, so always add in a delay to make sure that the second player looks for the session after it's already been created. If you literally leave this out, it will try to call the create session, and then within a tick or two try and call find session, and it might not find it. That should then put you into the game, or well, hopefully is the let me back them their back off inside of your UI. Pretty simple to do. Here you is in the YouTube comments. I'll attach it to this description anyway if you guys want to contact me. But most of the time I'm around, you know, I'm able to try and help out. I've already helped out a few people on there with comments, or add me on Discord. My Discord name.
Jeff, game servers with our service, Amazon Game Lift. So a question that Jeff and I get asked pretty frequently is like, hey, what is Amazon doing in the gaming space? And the answer is quite a bit. We call it Amazon Game Tech. There's a whole bunch of things in here, depending on where you are in your game development lifecycle. So things like content creation tools like Lumberyard, or there's a whole platform to engage players and streamers called Twitch. The service that we're talking about today, Game Lift, falls under the AWS bucket. It's kind of the orange game services and tools thing on the screen there. So before we get too far into the meat and potatoes of our talk, I want to invite you to join me on a spiritual journey.
Spiritual journey.
A spiritual journey, a spirit
like
train.
Spirit train.
Yeah. Bugs, you're trying to go through a certain prototype, they're gonna stress test it, they're gonna rebuild it, they're gonna find and fix really nasty down. Players connect to these. And when you put them together, it kind of looks like this. So you're the developer on the left, you upload your build to GameLift, GameLift deploys that build onto EC2 instances, and the fleet is kind of that container that kind of scales up and down. Players in the future show up, and then they get routed to sort of open game slots on your game servers. Jeff and I are going to run through 4 developer scenarios. We're going to show you how to get up and running on a simple dev environment, how to take something small and scale it up.
We'll just jump over to the console. We'll see what you'll
Get a
see.
mic, there we go.
Yeah, a little mic issue. Interesting fleet to demo this for you.
And you create fleet B, and like bad forum posts just
players start dropping off, so you need a set.
Which is scaling and managing dedicated game servers is pretty tricky. There's a lot of things that when you start to dig into it are much more time back that you can put into your game. Their level design, their character design. We have forums too, so check us out there. If you liked our talk, didn't like it.
What is that? That doesn't... Matchmaking status. Figure, game defined shapes. Shape. Are these separate things? Is this saying that these are separate things? I don't think these are separate things. Peer-to-peer communication, voice chat. You're saying that like it's two different things, but I don't think it is. You know? Yeah, see, it's under party. IVOPS. Cool. This is big here. Monetization. Xbox, Steam, Google, PayPal, and more. This will be huge right here. Oh man. See, like it says. Can I use PlayFab Economy with Unreal? The only thing that won't work here is kind of one of the things that we want, but it's not super important, which is voice chats. I always find it different. Freaking watch this. Stop doing that.
Welcome to our overview of PlayFab.
Thank you. All right,
What is PlayFab?
Yeah.
PlayFab is a complete back-end platform for live games.
Sweet.
This service provides access to powerful tools that help you manage game services, including real-time analytics and live ops. With the power of PlayFab, you can boost your revenue by simultaneously increasing player engagement and cutting costs. This topic provides a high-level overview of the PlayFab features.
I want that.
What are the benefits of using PlayFab?
Mm-hmm.
PlayFab's back-end services simplify the task of launching your game. For studios large and small, the services offer cost-effective engagement and monetization solutions that scale with their games.
Sick.
In short, PlayFab offers a complete back-end solution,
It does.
regardless of size. When using PlayFab, you can accomplish the following. Remove the challenges of building, managing, and running low-latency multiplayer servers at scale with a complete back-end solution.
That's facts.
Use multiple forms of built-in authentication to track players across devices.
Definitely need that.
Provide players with the ability to communicate via
Use multiple forms of built-in authentication to track players across devices. Okay. Go back.
authentication to track players across devices.
Claros platform.
Provide players with the ability to communicate via in-game chat with full transcription and translation services.
Cool.
Deepen player engagement with sophisticated live ops tools by creating rich player segments and running A/B experiments.
Okay.
Accelerate growth with
Deepen player engagement with sophisticated live ops tools by creating rich player segments and running A/B experiments.
economy services.
Growth economy services that you create and track virtual currencies. This is huge. Stores of items and
that let you create and track virtual currencies, manage stores of items, and process payments. To take advantage of these and other benefits, you must sign up for a PlayFab account. For more information, visit playfab.com.
will do. I've been on
Now,
it for
let's
a while
walk
now.
through the service features of PlayFab.
Yes.
The three main areas in which PlayFab can support your online game
Yes.
are multiplayer services,
Yes.
live ops services, and data and analytics.
Sick.
Part 1. Multiplayer services. Cross-network identity and data.
Very important.
Player authentication allows players to link accounts between platforms.
Player authentication, platforms, consoles.
Player data management makes player information and game saves available across multiple devices.
That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know. That is exactly what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know that.
Matchmaking capabilities help players find opponents on any platform using Smart Match.
Help players find opponents on any platform using Smart Match. Any platform. That's what they said.
Multiplayer servers. Dedicated servers deliver low latency, real-time gameplay on any platform.
Also, okay, so we've tapped into two things now. Cross-platform play with integrated accounts. Also, game saves that you can access through all of those that will remain. Also, dedicated servers that you play on all of those.
24/7 monitoring and DDoS protection helps
an
protect
added
against DDoS attacks and other incidents.
Awesome.
Global Reach with Microsoft Azure harnesses the power of the cloud to connect players across the world, supported in more regions than any other provider.
I do like to hear that.
Control cost management dynamically scales server cores in response to your online game demands at any time.
Sick.
Chat. Party Chat connects players via text and low-latency peer-to-peer voice chat. Accessibility features use automated speech-to-text.
So what we gather here, their party chat is actually really cool, and it actually involves like audio manipulation from distance and everything. But it's only peer-to-peer. We don't want that. They're literally selling us dedicated servers, but it's whatever.
Text.
Speech-to-text transcription, that would be super
Transcription,
nice, but we're not
and voice
using it.
synthesis to make communication simple for everyone. Real-time translations break down global barriers and grow player concurrency by translating voice and text chat between more than 30 different languages.
I would love to use it,
Chat encryption ensures that player communications remain secure.
but we can't.
Leaderboards and statistics.
Sick.
Tournaments and leaderboards facilitate permanent or time-limited competitions amongst friends or strangers. Scheduling services can perform functions such as resetting leaderboards on a schedule and archiving the standings so players can view past results.
Cool.
Prizes can reward players based on their actions and leaderboard ranks. Part 2. Live Ops Services. Engagement and retention. Game Manager web portal is
This is like marketing. They're selling you marketing.
a shared space with assignable roles and permissions where studio members can build, configure, and operate your game.
Shared space with assignable roles, permissions where studio members can build, configure, and operate your game. Whoa. Shared space. Assignable roles, permissions.
Daily reports help you evaluate your game's performance through the lens of the top metrics used across the industry and calculated for you daily. Player profile capabilities track players across authentication services and platforms. Game mechanic customization functions utilize server-hosted player data and logic to build custom mechanics for your game.
Game mechanic customization. Server-hosted player data. I think what it's saying is that it saved all that data in the account and I can use it.
Real-time user segmentation allows developers to act on targeted groups of players immediately and based on specific parameters.
You can target different people with different products based on where they live. I think that's what that means.
Community management tools enable studios to talk to their player base by using push notifications, emails, and message of the day pop-ups.
All the stuff that people don't really like, but we would probably use for like fun stuff. People don't really like. Use stuff Database pages and push notifications.
Content management and A/B testing. Title data allows you to manage your game configuration remotely. Item catalog services enable management of your game's catalog of items for in-app granting or purchase and can be updated at any time.
That's very cool. You can always adjust what people can buy.
Experimentation allows you to try out different engagement ideas with random groups of users to find out what works best.
Test stuff. Interesting.
Monetization. Stores and sales management targets player segments with personalized store offers and support payments with Xbox, Steam, Google, PayPal, and more.
Awesome.
Virtual economy services provide promotional coupons and virtual currencies with support for setting initial balances and optional auto recharge ability. User-generated content empowers players to create, upload, and search for moderated content. Drop tables provide developers the ability to craft attractive bundles for both first-time and regular users, as well as stimulate demand by managing item scarcity. Automation. Fraud prevention uses server-side validation of receipts to make sure purchases are genuine before they are completed. CloudScript builds lightweight logic processing when you want server authority without using a dedicated server.
Builds lightweight logic processing when you want to. I guess I can see the want for that if you're like an admin.
Task scheduling sets up predefined actions to manage anything from prices and events to messaging lapsed players. Part 3. Data and Analytics. Real-time analytics. PlayStream monitors a unified real-time stream and historical archive of every event fired by your game. Real-time rules engine sets up powerful actions and triggers that respond to PlayStream events. Real-time segmentation uses data properties to bucket players into segments and to trigger actions as the players enter or exit those segments. Event filter and search zooms in on a
Segmentation like ranking.
time slice to analyze players, events, and error conditions in detail. Reports summarize your game's daily and monthly performance and are emailed daily and on demand.
Cool.
Data management and compliance. Insights gather all event and process data into a single title database in the cloud. Event archiving schedules event exports to a pre-existing Azure Blob Storage or Amazon S3 data warehouse. GDPR. PlayFab is committed to providing features that help you to be GDPR compliant and providing you with the hooks you need to allow players to review and delete their data.
Cool.
COPPA. As with GDPR, PlayFab features are designed to give developers a clear path to COPPA compliance. Thanks for checking out our video on this topic. See the article below for an in-depth explanation of the points we covered and a list of recommended content for further reading.
Excuse me. Jeez. Okay. So the thing I just kind of want to confirm real fast is it said connect accounts. This, okay. Log in the code, yes. Token that is required. Awesome. Perfect. I like this. Recoverable login mechanism. Is you have an account, you have data that you want to use, you're going to be using this. That's good. Login with custom ID. Go back. While all the platforms are on the page towards demonstrate logging with custom ID are limited to pairing with the PlayFab account to a pre-existing database. Huh? An anonymous login for creating a new account and linking new devices to an existing account. We recommend this because some players may abandon a game that asks for an email or identifier. True. Once the anonymous login is complete, you should provide the option to add recoverable login credentials infrared. Oh. Oh, cool. That's good to know. That's what I want to do. Well, everybody, we've learned a lot. We learned what we wanted to know, we learned what we were able to do, and we learned what we wanted to do. What a successful day. I am entirely overwhelmed. But with that, I know my next steps. Just gotta confirm with the boss man. Get that going. Until then, if you want to see something that's not absolutely terribly boring, go to the link tree down in the description. We have a TikTok, we have an Instagram. We even have a Patreon where you can support us and see exclusive content. It's up to you, man. But every little bit helps. Even just like viewing it, it helps. We appreciate all the support. And until then, I will see you next time.